Okay. Productive day. It's a productive day for sure, but it's also like, okay. Have to mentally dial in a little bit. I think the big thing for me is trying to remember, every time it's trying to remember the, Oh, that's right. Wait. Did I? Oh no, I did mess it up. That's right. I did get it wrong. I got it backwards. I thought we were in the next court day. I forgot. I put it in everything too. Everybody, oh, first I got claimed today very early. Holy. Hi, how's it going today, guys? I'm gonna really quickly change the title of stream because I messed up. It's not court day. It is not court day. It is investigation. I forgot. I'm gonna change that very quickly. It does not matter much, but it doesn't matter a ton, but it's enough for me to be like, wait a minute. It's enough for me to be like, hang on. I need to fix this. Oh, how's everyone doing though? Oh boy. I'm feeling good. I have a very packed weekend, which is good. All right, we might as well load in because I think we might as well just sit somewhere with different music because then my brain can work. Yes, this music. But yeah, it's like, it's interesting because there's been a great series of retrospectives on the Ace Attorney series that's been releasing since the time you started this playthrough. I might need after the fact, I think once I finish all 3 games, if you could send those to me or put them in the gaming channel on Discord, I would like to see those after I'm done because I feel like that would be fun just to like compare notes, as it were, right? So I think that would be fun. It's interesting looking back at series that have long since, like, because in a sense those stories have long since concluded. So it's interesting taking a look at them backwards and saying, okay, well, what did they do well and what didn't work quite as well, and being able to do that like I do. But it's like, you know, it's really fascinating when someone gets really into the nitty-gritty on. Because they specialize. The game's retrospective, finally released, and it refreshed my memory on this game, gave us new trivia. Ooh, awesome. Yeah, it's just, I think it's interesting when somebody deep dives on one game. Like, I think my methods are usually, oh yeah, I'm playing the game as it is, as I can play it now. And it's like, oh yeah, I have hindsight and foresight and a lot of things that the developers wouldn't have had on the day they were working on the game. So it's like, it's fascinating to see how things, you know, go like this. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon. Now, the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. That's right. I remember that Mr. Kudo... Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yep. We've got to find one for Maggie or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. Let's see. Alright, I need to reread the court record as well, because I want to make sure I understand what we have. Let's see. Sports paper, the magazine clipping. Job listings, the lunch special, scooter. Jean's loan contract, Victor's testimony. Glenn's autopsy report. God, I will say one of the things I think can become a little bit difficult in this game at times. I've gotten better at it through playing all 3 games, but I think once you get a certain amount of evidence, it's kind of like, okay, how do I parse all of this at the same time? You know, it's like, okay, I have to parse all of it and understand it. Okay, so this is the photo taken. That was the photo. This is the apron, potassium cyanide, and victim's prescription bag. Okay. Where do we have available to go? Detention center and criminal affairs. I see. It's fascinating, though, when you get to look at a game from so far away, but you have a lot of information about it from behind the scenes or around it. Because some games, the development cycle and the development history is so lost to history that we can't actually learn anything from the development time and also from the developers themselves, right? Well, it's become, I think it's become more commonplace for people to at least keep notes, but it's less common that devs are being 100% open about it. Well, they are is that this case is laid out and intended to be placed in the last game, Justice for All. That's why Maggie makes a return. She was meant to be so unlucky as to be defended twice in the same game. Because after the first game, they were planning, because they were planning more. They were planning more ahead. Fascinating, though, that Justice for All would have had this case in there, but I feel like with how the cases worked in Justice for All, it wouldn't have made sense. Just looking at the final, you know, the final product, the final game, I feel like that would have probably diluted the pacing a little bit, I think. But I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that it would have been very hard to fit that in, which probably makes sense why they moved it to this game. Guess Maggie's still questioning, but we got other questions to ask her too. Maggie, keep down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Oh, Trey Bien. Oh god, I'm gonna go there last. Can I talk to Gumshoe, please? Gumshoe's not here. Oh, feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Go on the officers for the briefing quick. Can you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. Well, my email pen pal. Oh, okay. AZN Princess. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No. What is happening? Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy? More like panicking, if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem natural. Oh, the only place we have left. Please tell me I do not have to deal with the Frenchman. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on. Hey, that sounds like. Just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. It's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Looks like an 8 would only net me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. That was just. Yeah, he's laughing. He's having a fun time. I was just listening to the radio, pal. The radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is. He's having the twin tea set. What can I say? Why are you eating here, dude? It's not even that. It's like, are you okay? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? But even preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan. Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So did Maggie say anything to you about me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I hate him, sir, I mean it. Oh. Something like that. Well, oh, he's crying. Oh, did he just run off? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. Poor buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. So, did you like the twin tea set? Never paid that much money for a lunch before. I'm so nervous my hands are shaking. So how did it taste? Well, for $20, I don't know. Don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know? You should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glen Elg came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Reminds me of speaking of Glen Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't I ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows seeing as he's here? So what are you all excited about, huh? That's right, you were listening to the radio or something. Oh yeah, he wasn't excited. What are you listening to? Nothing really, it was just the daily exercise show. Oh brother. What the? Why do you have a psych lock about? This lunch special's lobster shirt is great. Is that a lobster? Why are there tears in your eyes? Okay, question. Gumshoe thinking on the flavor reminds me of realizing for the first time that movies could be bad. You know what? I feel like it's very hard to, especially when you're around, if you meet somebody who says that they really like a thing, it's like, you don't really realize that you're allowed to think that something you went and saw is bad. Like, there's a certain point in your life where you realize it's okay to dislike something. And it's like, it's not even... It's such a weird shift, right? Because it never happens for the same place for anybody. Mine was super early, and I think that's just... I think it's really my personality being like, yeah, I think my problem is that sometimes my brain goes first and says, I didn't like that. Because and it's funny because as an adult, my opinion shifted, but when I was a very little kid, I remember being really upset that the Dark Crystal, to me, was really bad. And they were like, oh, write a review about the movie. And I said it was awful. And I got like an okay, I got like only just barely a passing grade on it because they were like, you should be nicer to the movie. And I'm like, the movie that made me realize that was the M. Night Shyamalan Last Airbender. Well, yeah, that one's ubiquitously awful. It's funny because it's interesting because only later did I actually watch the actual show, the Avatar: The Last Airbender. And when I watched it, I was like, oh, like I already knew that the Last Airbender movie that Shyamalan did was kind of like, it was just like, oh, this is just weird. Like I wasn't really excited about it. And it was just a really weird movie. And I thought it was already kind of like, it's weird. And like the bending was so bad in that movie. But then you watch the show and it's like, oh, this is like beyond awful. It's like actually watching it fully like that it takes you to a whole level of how much of the gap, because it shows you the gap between the movie and the show. Actually, what a terrible introduction to a great world. Yeah, exactly. I'm grateful that I didn't really remember that when I was watching the show itself. I was like, oh, hey, the show's really cool. And I really enjoyed it. But the movie I remember is The Dark Crystal. That's the one that when I was in like 3rd grade, I think, I was just like, this movie's awful. And because I was like, why did they revive the one character who sacrificed herself at the end just to like space magic that wasn't in the rest of the story? Why is it that some things just happen out of nowhere? I was like, kept ripping the film apart, and it was just like, I hated it. It was like, but then later as an adult, I'm like, oh, this movie's hilarious to watch. It's very weird, and it's kind of okay. It's pretty fun, but it's like, it just is hilarious to watch. And I was able to appreciate the effects more. But as a little kid, I was just like, I hated it. I really hated that movie. I don't know what it was. I just, ugh. But when I was a teenager, it's like, okay, yeah, now I can watch certain shows and movies and I can say, yeah, this wasn't super good, now was it? And it's not awful to be able to say that something can be bad, because it does happen. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes though? Does he stop moving all of a sudden? Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday too. Hey, Detective Gochu, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. Why don't you pay a visit? Have you paid a visit to where Mr. L worked at? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? Computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. or something like that. All right. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I doubt it. Just around the corner from this joint, you should take a look. Blue Screens Inc. I see. Do you know anything about Godot? Mr. Godot agreed to take this case just so he could face you, pal. He was working on a bunch of more important cases, but he canceled them all. Ah, but then why didn't Mr. Godot take this case when Maggie's first trial came up? Yeah, that is kind of odd. Everyone thought the defense was Phoenix, right? So why didn't he try to fight me then? Well, according to Mr. Godot, he knew the guy was a phony right away, so he didn't want to bother with the trial. He couldn't be bothered to tell the judge. I see. I don't think I have any evidence to prove that he's listening to the radio, so I'll be back to that. Kitchen, Vitamin Square. Let's go to Blue Screens. I am grateful that oh dear God, this is going to be painful, isn't it? I am grateful that with some things, it's honestly pretty funny. There are numerous factors that could be funny. I'm trying to make sure I know specifically. Because there's Blue Screens Inc. being a computer firm. This entire scene is kind of making me a little bit confused because there's the post-it notes in that desk are overflowing. There's a horse calendar. Godot knowing Wright was fake and not showing. He was just like, listen, man. I think it's kind of interesting though that Godot knew immediately that he was fake and just said, yeah, no, just Payne, take this. It's fine. Payne, handle this, please. It's also really funny that even Payne, who is just like Payne is just like, oh yeah, I don't think that's Phoenix, right? Oh god. Wow, this place is so high tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Where are you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming lab. There are far too many trade secrets that can be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's looks like she's like a robot from some whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. Wait, that's a palindrome, isn't it? The director? She's human? She looks more like a ghost than a shell. Oh, okay. Come on, dude. that one's way too. That one. You know what? I'll let you have it. But I do like her design. She's kind of cool. This thing over high isn't it the same device as Glenn Elg's? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All my programs here are at blue screens are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. Oh, I see. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. I'm gonna present Mr. Glenn Elg. Wait, no, present. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. What do you say he was a genius? He was really a no trouble at all model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. Gotta find out what the trouble was exactly. Talk. So exactly is this firm's business? I'll try to simplify it so you can understand. I appreciate that this lady is so mechanical. We analyze data management branch systems required by certain branches of industry, deliver optimum operating levels and source level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. Doesn't matter. They analyze stuff, you got that much, right? Software produces distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes. Compact disc, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they're doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of time-slicing common areas of the on axis on goals. Obviously, program structure heavily influences response time and performance. Codependence of global variables and memory overheads is vitally important to the success of the... Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we're involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? I actually did somehow. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. So, I just realized something interesting. So that CD that was shown to us, that was like the CD that the guy had, that Glenn had. He must have put code on a CD. MC Bomber could have very well been some sort of computer virus. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know, it's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. Police officer was here earlier too, but I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you're welcome to take it. Guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Well, I'm gonna check that first, actually, so... thanks, Miss Basil. That's very kind of you. I'm gonna take a look. Let's see. Whoa, look at this desk. Look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Yeah, I knew a lot of them in college. And just because they're whiz kids does not mean that it's still organized. Takes longer. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? This is another hint about tidying. You can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd, that's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. The tiger? Okay. Curious. Fascinating. Oh, post-its. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. Oh, I see. For betting on which horse will win a given race, they're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. There's over 500 horse racing betting tickets? This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. Just taking them as evidence, Maya. I appreciate that the dudes are also part of the evidence. What is this? Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Now they just look a little twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office is designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes. We tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps soothe and calm the soul. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. I feel like this looks like this looks like the area where it's like that last area in Persona 5 Royal. What the heck? Just look nuts. Hello. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow. Bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? Guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should become old CD's apprentice. What about your spirit medium training? Okay. Don't think, besides the thing in the back, I don't think we have anything else, but... Hey, look, Nick, it's supercomputer. Looks like it's really smart. Why? I don't know, the humor here is just fun. Explains why you don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. I feel like that's the kind of fun, like, just quippy humor that series is good at. I really need to, like, take notes on how they do it, because it's really fun. It's great. Okay. Fun's troubles. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself in trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Ah, I see. And how many do you have? Oh. 3 Cyclops. Guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. I see. Okay. I don't think I have enough to handle yet. I don't think I have enough to handle that yet, but... I could, you know what I could do? I could try to get his Cyclops out. See what happens. I can try his Cyclops. I think it's kind of more of a side quest at this point, so I'm not too worried, but... Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What you're listening to. No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not going to tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you're making while you're listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio it was. I'd say it was related to... Probably a lottery. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big just like Glenn Elg did. It's like you can see right through me. Oh, poor guy. Ah, I've cracked him already. See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Sometimes locks are just as easy as that. That's nice, though. Oh, I think I see what the point of that was. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how'd it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I'm so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? They've got the special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. But that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah. What time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I bought this flyer. I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Oh, I think I need this in order to... Hi and good luck. Well, thanks, Games of Pizza. It's nice to see you. I hope your day was good. Buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. I see. Present some stuff. Do you have any idea? Can't discuss anything connected to the case. Hey, I thought you said you were going to help us out. I can't help you if I don't have any info. I suppose the retrial's only just begun. I see. Alright. Well, now that I've done that, maybe I can go to the detention center and talk to Maggie? Nope. Never mind. How about criminal affairs? Sir? Chief of Detectives looks lost now the power to his computer's been cut. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternately, you could write up some reports, just as a suggestion. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. He just gets to be lazy. Alright, well, I have nothing here, so I might as well just head back the way I came. It was okay. I spent a lot of my day redoing some things because I thought something was supposed to be 50%, but it turned out to be 0.5. Oh. Oh, no. More MK1 excitement. Yeah, I'm really excited for Mortal Kombat 1. I forget, what day is it again that it comes out? I need to remember, because I need to put it on my calendar at some point. I need to remember when Mortal Kombat 1 comes out. When does it come out? 19th. Okay, 19th of September. Got it. Got it. September. Yeah, I think the fascinating thing with this now is it's like, okay, it's only what, like a couple weeks or something. It's whenever a game. This is, I think, September and October. If you pre-order, you get it early. Maybe. I think you do. I always forget. I'll have to double check that, because if I get it early, I might play it beforehand. I might play it that extra week, that early, like early. I might play it earlier. But yeah, that. Let's see, move. Is Sean? Is he here? Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. No, hey, it's I'll be back next month. Yes, I will be waiting for you. Oh, hi. If you haven't got it by then, afraid it might get a little hot around here. I have everything ready, I promise. Love fire, you know, love the way it crackles. Oh, that's lovely. I don't know, stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down, I'll be watching you. Yeah, I really want PlayStation to decide whether they're releasing new hardware anytime soon or not. Oh, yeah, Vitamin Square also has one Whitebird. It was 10 for Phoenix. It might have comment that might be a dove that escaped the Big Berry Circus. Oh, I need to go check that then. I need to go check that at some point. Now I miss Mia Fey every time I see this assistant woman. Maya's good though. You can trust me. Talk to anyone, I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Maybe this will help you relax. It's the oil of sandalwood. Maya is fun. Mia is really good though. Do love raw meat from time to time. Is this lady a serial killer? Oh, that's terrifying. I have the shivers. I must rub some of the oil over my body before I become the nervous Rex. Excuse me while I'm out of my eyes, my eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this. Oil of sandalwood. Is this just the leftovers you were just using? That woman, who is that? So who is that you were just talking to right now? Oh, you saw that? Yes, sorry. So who was she? She looks so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? She looks kind of like a carrot. She looks kind of like Misao. Actually, the Misao... Oh, you saw that. Now that I think about it... Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty cool kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, let's show them the piece of that piece of evidence, see what happens. You don't exactly have many customers, do you? No, you're right, but perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you the dish supreme. But yeah, brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right. Business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand. They think it is Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man? This restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. Defend to the end. God, stop making that face at me. Stop making that face at me. Okay, let's see. The piece of evidence. Where is it? Sorry, you named your restaurant Very Good. Nick, don't just make something up. My brain just skipped really fast because my brain's like, huh? Where's the evidence that I had? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Where's the evidence that I had found? Nothing exclusive about that. It's just a general positive statement. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, if anybody knows French, it's just like, huh. The bottles, 100 of them. Didn't we had a bottle that we took from him, right? That was the one that was in that case. Is it this one? I forget which evidence I need to show him. This one? No comprendre. I do not know what evidence to show him. Like how it's like, oh yeah, we have evidence to show. And I'm like, what do you mean? So, saw that. Yes. I think about it. Show him the piece of evidence. Yes. Okay, so it's the one thing with his name on it. Oh, I see. I see. As long as that paper exists, I'm but a delightful angel with its wings broken. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Yes, they keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? I said if I don't owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands are tied, please. What did you help them agree with? No, I can't say. If I tell you, that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. Ew, I hope he doesn't mean he will literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Yeah. Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. Please, come on, dude. The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's, why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It'd be a sign of the bad world we live in, huh? I see. See a bad side of bad culinary skills. The woman who's there, she's a scary woman. She's from the loan office. Damn, Armstrong has some strong arms. Loan office, is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Yes, tender lender it is called. Catchy name, just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them if you must no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, get a bit more than that, thank you very much. The tender lender is the one you borrowed from, right? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. I'm a weak woman. When I was upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to them loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like the slave. I have to do everything that they tell me. Who is this he? The tiger. The tiger? Yes, he is the manager of the tender lenders. A terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling. His voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the voice of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Big city mobster rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Though he has the spiky hair just like you. Yes, there's a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the tender lender, it's just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. I see. Okay, well that's a lead. That's a good lead. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case here. No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's being pushed aside. Okay, see you later then. Another case? Really? Oh, he just came right back. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? It's not a person on Earth who could eat this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get up the tender juiciness. So we give to her. It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? I have fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? Count on you to give that to Maggie. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to Vitamin Square first. Hey, look, funny bird. Huh, don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went out to buy another ton of bird seeds. Kind of hoping it's made the simplest Japanese lunchbox I've ever seen. He at least tried. Besides, any more seeds today, I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Alright, look at that. Hey, check this out. Wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. The phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle, huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. I won't complain if I got rice and meat. I'd be happy with getting the food. Food in general. Hey, look, pigeons. Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Poor things. They can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray, is that it? You're overthinking this one by a smidge. Okay. Oh god. Win through compromise, that seems... You have a punching bag, multiple... Yeah, what is this place? This is not a lone... This is not a... This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. That is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. Hi. You're here to discuss a loan? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone. Just like that. Guess we'll have to come back another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick, let's take a look around. You be okay? Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee? I'll leave it here for you to enjoy quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. How did she do that? Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Your audio may be ahead of video, or is it just me? Oh, so that it's a little bit ahead. Noticed it a few streams now. My audio sometimes gets a little bit ahead, and I've been trying to figure out how to fix it. You say the text before it is on stream. Yeah, so that I think it's like a half second off, and I haven't really tested how to fix it. So hang on, let me see if I can fix it. Hang on. Advanced properties. Nope. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's a video setting thing, and I think it's, let me see. Let me see if I can adjust it. Let me see. Properties. Do I have... I'll steal it. Nobody will know. Mr. Girl appears out of nowhere. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, because I know that the game's audio... I know that the game's... The screen is, I think, it's always a few seconds behind due to the fact that OBS is... Because OBS can't... OBS through the capture card can't actually keep up that way. It's weird, because audio, I think, is pretty much on, but everything else isn't. So I'm usually a little bit better about letting the text sit for a second before I click again while I'm reading. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud it's a wonder you can hear it. I'm usually a little bit better about being able to stop. Yeah, so it's mostly just a capture card thing. With PC games, it doesn't really happen because it's immediate, but with capture cards, there's always a bit of latency. And that is something that it varies from game to game and system to system how much that latency is. Because some things are faster. I think like everything on the Wii, the latency is pretty small. It's actually quite a very small difference between the two. Though my voice and the game happening is a little bit off. But I haven't been able to figure out how to correct that because there's no setting to make the video, to make things delay properly. It's kind of weird. Especially because the thing I use for my Fox avatar is timed to me talking directly, and it doesn't actually delay properly in that sense. I'll need to see if I can fix it though. I don't know. It's like, it's usually like half a second, so it's not awful, but it's like, it can be a little weird. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah, yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee, it was laced with something, I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. I sure hope so. Better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the... What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around the bag like that. What do you mean walking around? Design's gross to start with. It's way too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Nobody knows messenger bags are in. I knew it. I was right before back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. I really, really hope she's pulling my chain with this one. That's a big shogi piece. Let's see. It's a diorama. I'd read a book or two and be more cultured. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? Heh. I also know that no matter what I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick, give him a good shove. Maybe I feel like dying. Oh, this yellow thing is Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. It's a shogi piece. More of a reversey person, you know? Assuming that she knows what she's talking about. These aren't your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? Repair bill? He did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? 15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. Car's registered to the Catavarinis. It's not even the Tiger's car. Let someone else sells his repair bill be in the Tiger's office. I see. Why is his desk made of solid gold? That's what impressive desk on an impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick. Look at that shine. It's only real gold shines like that. Would you really want a shiny desk, though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Ah, I'm completely dazzled. It's because it's completely dazzling. I see it my nose in the reflection. Oh my god. This place looks like a nightmare to be around. Hey, look at this Parisian style coat. Just, every time we look around this place, the girl's just like, hey, you know, I have a knife here. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. I guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit? Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake? Hi, I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. I am, thanks. Just wait here quietly, otherwise. Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you, only so I can take care of you, understand? Now, I wonder what the Japanese dog was, because the unfamiliar approach to the Daruma and Shogi piece was to help our American players. It probably might have focused on the size of them. Look on the lapel of this suit. That's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. Ah, I see. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. Wonder what it is though, because Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too. Matches on the places don't give those that much. Wait a second, what is it? Look what's printed on the cover. It says Très bien. Matches might come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah. Apply a light for the office boiler keeps going out. So I'm gonna miss Maya. Someone's yelling a storm over there. Who are you too snooping around my office for? Nothing. You're just... Precious carpet. You've got ash on my rug. You're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. Wasn't us. It was already like that. So to argue with me, is that what you're doing? Do you think you could take me on? I'm gonna flatten you to the pegs, turn you into my new rugs. Oh. Don Tiger, you're back. That voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. Hi, child, please don't. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. I knocked over that ashtray earlier and... Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. Wait, what? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. What? Phoenix Wright. Yes, he's either crazy or plain stupid to chase after me. Worked so hard and now you gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him, he's my phony. Yeah, I don't care, no one gets in my way. What? Me, excuse me? Yeah, you should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to ask. No questions, this is the last time we meet. Yeah, wait. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like your own talk, I didn't hear you scream hold it either. Tiger has Phoenix hair. I'm really confused by him. The espresso. Ah. And cookies. This one is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? What happened? So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here, that incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. Manager being the tiger? Furio Tigre. So that's where tiger thing comes from. He's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. So, kind of curious about your company. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you expect from a family-sized business. Oh shit, it's almost 8 p.m. EST. Yeah, we have almost gone an hour, which is kind of conscientious rate of interest and attractive repayment policy. I don't get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well. We will tenderly lend you the little bit extra here, tender lender. Hey, Nick. Things are a bit tight for Wright and Co at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that 500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Now you take out a loan. Did I like take a loan from this place? Not so much. Tender lender's on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you some coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I make strong coffee too, Nick. It's amazing that we've only been... I'm actually kind of surprised we've only been here for an hour, to be honest. I've had enough, really. Don't leave the office. I don't tell you anything except Don Tigre. I see. I have a question about him. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Good, Nick. The honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. She's just like, Tigre is really one of the only characters who never prompts dialogue or questioning options. He really doesn't let you talk to him on anything but his terms. Not doing the investigation anyway. That makes sense. What are the tiger and the scary girl doing work together? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tigre in my life. He's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you. Please, address him properly as Don Tigre, otherwise I'll have to. Okay, okay, Don Tigre. Yep. Saved her life. Well, I sure know how that happened. He kind of... You know what's really funny about this, too, is that he seems like the kind of character who absolutely has some weird... He's definitely got, like, more history than they're presenting right away, which is good, because it means that we can talk to him about it. Very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctors said to abandon all hope. If they're expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you got that bandage around your head? Yeah, this? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury, a little fatal injury. This girl feels like she would be fit right in some RPG Maker horror game. You know what I mean? Like, not in a bad way, just like she feels like she'd fit in a horror game really well as like the secondary antagonist. You know what I mean? Like she's just walking around being the absolute worst to whatever main character you have going on. A fatal injury. I just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that injury was, you were talking before, is when you said you had died once? Whoa! Very Wednesday Addams inspired. I can definitely see it. She's really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Question about the scooter. About this. More coffee? You must have more. I see. So you can only ask about Don Tigre. Alright. I'm going to save really quick, and I think I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do the Magatama. It's interesting because I can see a couple of different inspirations, because she's also seems to be inspired by a couple of other characters from Japanese storytelling. Couldn't quite put my finger on exactly who it was, but there's a couple of other characters I've seen like this. You said that bandage from your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. And by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Okay. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I do not have the means. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate more and gather some clues. I see. I'm gonna have to come back. I'll come back to this, because... Oh, hey. There he is. Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this, and this. And get out of my park. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and we'll sneak away while we can. What? Why? Oh, old man. What are you doing, Maya, please? Huh? Yeah. Hey, he just turned his back on us. Not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. And he's just singing his pigeon songs. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons. In with good fortune. Oh, she's getting pelted with seeds. Painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm gonna ask about embroidery. You said you were a craftsman, right? Like a modern world cast offs craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen right back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbly old judge's nose and scream right down his earhole objection. Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? Don't think that's quite it, Maya. He's just in a bad mood, that's all. Got a tsunami of frustration inside, it's ready to burst out. Suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days then. Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons. What am I, some 2-bit community handyman? Well, buy some bread. Now that I can understand, but what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? How people say what they mean. Get lost. It's what they're trying to say. Just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at the restaurant. I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at the restaurant? Hold up. By restaurant, you talking about Tribune? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did. The very day that young Brat was poisoned. What? What was the errand? It's on the day of the incident. What were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. Serving girl collapsed. I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excuse me, boy, you. Call the police. Call them yourself. I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Yeah, do I look like I have one of those newfangled things? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one. I couldn't find one right away. I wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes. So for 5 minutes after the incident happened, yes, sorry, the owner of was at Tribune on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. Y'all bullied me out of the courtroom. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Yes, I remember something else. I see. Bailiff, take him out of here. I see. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. Could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? Yes, it is, actually, because that's 5 minutes where... There's unaccounted time. 5 minutes where the victim was dead and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves Mr. Armstrong alone. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah, oh sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. So I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead. We need to get more details of what exactly happened from Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go. Thank you, good man. I am gonna leave. Where is he? Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again, but the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Take it out of me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Armstrong here alone. Missing when we needed to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Probably. Oh god. Oh god. Just oh god. Alright, let's go back to the detention center and see if we can talk to- Hey, we can talk to Maggie finally! God, the music is always such a bop. Hello, Maggie. Was it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. It's not the only one, huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. It's possible she's the one misremembering things. This case is fascinating. I don't know. The more I feel like every case is really good at hooking you in, and then you stay for the rest of it. Like, granted, I don't like Armstrong, but it's like I'm able to smooth over that because my brain is like, yeah, but I want to know how this case happened. I want to know what happened truly. So what does she remember? Yep, there are just too many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I was sure it was him. Did Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that is the waitress who put some white powder in the coffee cup? So you really think it was that this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. It's on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. You know that when you passed out when the victim Glenn collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police, and before I knew what was going on, they arrested me. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you had no idea what went on at Tribune. No, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. Or it's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke about him earlier. I don't know, the things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Aguxi's trying to figure something out. Present. What do you know about this old man? I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. Feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? But you said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Okay, so what about Victor's testimony was the problem? So anything about the testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know already it was Mr. Kudo, but I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old and middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So what did this woman look like? She's sort of creepy. Ah, I see. Yep, we know who that is. She had a cackling laugh. Creepy. Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Do you mean this? No, I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now. I can't use my connections to help you. All I tell you about is info about ex-cons or the clientele of Tribulations, sir. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. I see. Well, I'm fairly certain I know what's going on there, which is fantastic. Okay, I'll have to just present her evidence to see what I can get. Oh, the lunchbox. Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? Lunchbox just for you. Here. Wow, lunchbox weenies too. Can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me? You presented who you think the lady is? I did, but it didn't get anything. Detective Gumshoe. He's really worried about you. It looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. Can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. So how when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But she's right. Better than letting it go to waste. But I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? They hit the spot. Love weenies. So good. Glad I gave it to you then, sir. Aw, poor guy. I'm gonna try presenting Violetta again, but okay, does not know anything about Violetta. I'm gonna present Don Tigre, but holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan. For the record, I'm not sunburned like an overdried tomato, so I don't know how. He told me he's been on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan. Not hearing this. Mr. Armstrong is very good to me. I can't believe someone as nice to them could have anything to do with this. Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There's no one else there. Well, theoretically, Mr. Armstrong wouldn't set me up, would he? Actually, given what we know, if there was another person there, if Violetta was in the restaurant at the time, then that would imply that there were 3 people there who wanted to basically get Maggie pinned with the crime. Main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's been a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on soap operas. So you have to wait, Chief. Throw you the switch. No, just wait. He's about to confess to his son. What the heck is wrong with this? Wow, this place is really buzzing. That must be going down really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. Can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. I really need to ask you some questions. Computer viruses. So what exactly is a computer virus? Well, I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, right, pal? Here I thought some detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. Wait, he doesn't know what a computer virus is? What's in the face, pal? Do you think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Well, sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Oh, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. That sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? I don't get the feeling they're making fun of me. Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it's gonna make things go boom and explode? No, the damage is it's internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on the PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Well, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it? If you touch a computer, you could get a virus. Especially if you went to where I went to college. Some of those computers, you touch those keyboards, you could get a virus. That's reasonable. No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I did it again. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Kinda. Right. Then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who? What? Where? When and why did this conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? Kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. Some public keyboards for sure. I've come across some in internet cafes as well. Yeah, some of them I'm like, I don't want to touch that. Name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before too. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes, no matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. You got money trouble, go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. It seems they ran into some trouble recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around to their business, pal. You'll really regret if you upset that lady. All right, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? You better find out what the story is with this lady. I'm pretty sure I know who the lady is, but just to be sure. That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? She looks like she would be very happy to she looks like she has a collection of knives underneath that desk. That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to be? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. Oh. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Ah, mafia stuff, I say. Bruto Cadaverini. Can I just say also that... Wait. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. I just realized something about this, this plot thread. In a weird way, this is related to the first game. In a very weird way. Because there was always implications of mafioso in this game's, you know, the local space of the game. This is the first time we've genuinely seen the mafia up close like this, besides when, it was the movie lady. She had connections to the mafia. Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. Yeah, we can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Alright, I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? It would be cool if there was direct connection there. I feel like it would be fascinating if that was true, but multiple mafia families existing in the same space is still a possibility. It's not like, you know, it's not like they all exist in a vacuum. It's like they would exist kind of near each other. I need some water. Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. Those guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. I say moolah, as in they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. The black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. I mean, no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tender Lender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. How do I get that case? How do I get that case file? Case file? Detective desks. I wouldn't go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal. Why not? That guy rules the criminal underworld. You could get yourself in serious trouble. I'm talking say your prayers trouble. Say shaking detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment. If you know what I mean. How about this guy? Oh, this guy, the tiger. Is he famous? Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. Nope, he's a big lone cat. That's the name. Don't pay him back and you better say your prayers because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking detective. Again? Just on edge again. So I need that case file. Where am I gonna get it? Can I get the case file? That's the girl. So she's the granddaughter. Cadaverini's. I probably shouldn't have done this again, but okay. Okay, I think I have as much as I can get from here right now, but I'm gonna talk to Maggie about this. Maggie, do you know anything? Okay, nope, you don't know anything. Still don't know anything about her at all. Maybe a piece of evidence that brings up the Cadaverinis. Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I was wondering if we have... Okay, nope, go back. I was kind of looking for... I'll have to go back and look, but let me... I still need to get through the Cyclops on the lady, on that lady, so... Oh god. Criminal Affairs Department. Present evidence that brings up Cadaverinis. Oh, the repair bill. Maybe? Nope. Yeah, he doesn't know anything. You with the tiger? Doesn't think of anything. MC Bomber? What? I'm trying to contemplate on... This is it, this stupid name. I remember now. Thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on the sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus, MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that's infected every computer on the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? MC Bomber. We already knew about MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if the demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know, some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. Now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses, almost like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus is a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market. It means someone put this virus up for sale. Yeah, because this one's so powerful, they're estimating the price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? Oh, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How'd everything go? Oh, yeah. You remember the weenies? Oh, yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Delicious. Yeah, that's really what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. Figured say what happened, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? Made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, hon. Deliver this? Just imagine Maggie's little eye sparkle with joy when you bring her that. The weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Oh my god. Really can't eat anymore. Okay, well we have this, so now we might... Wait, we might be able to talk to... God bless you, detective. At least he's making food for people. He's trying his best. Okay, let me go back to blue screens. Maybe. I might have enough to work with this. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna save. Present. Let's see, talk. Glenn's troubles. I guess I'll present the Magatama and see what we can get. I saved, so we should be fine, but let's take a look. Hi, lady. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have to deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What are you talking about? Guess I'd better see what. Just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elk's trouble have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenelg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think it's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elk's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, is it? I think it's this ticket. Yep, it's the ticket. The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty badly, don't you think? Why does she look like she's sweating from her eyeballs? She's sweating from her eyeballs. Maybe bad enough to be in the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No. Oh god, she's a robot. You're right, Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. I see. But, if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000? Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Furio Tigre, boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like, you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No, I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really, because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the Tiger know each other. It's the calendar. We do have everything we need. The Tiger is the boss of a loan officer called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk to him about would be his debt. It's funny that she just goes, no, every time she loses. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Why would you take loans out for that? That's like taking loans out to do roles on Genshin. Playing Genshin Impact too much. I'm gonna pay for wishes. I'm gonna buy everything. I'm gonna put $100,000 into buying currency. I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said that he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Oh, I know exactly what it is. MC Bomber. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's affecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. I see. I'm actually kind of surprised we cracked her. Holy crap, that was impressive. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt, not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. I see. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations. Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, right? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable! Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. I see. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Alex for losing horse races tickets, throw them back and forth. Use the trash can, Nick. Suppose I should also ask, do you happen to know anything about... I actually don't know if asking about Cadaverini is going to be a good idea, but do you know her? Would you mind taking a look at this? Sorry, that data is super admin restriction, password protected. No, Maya, that's Sparta. She won't tell us unless you say the right code word. Code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be your mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. Guess she just was wanting to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glenn Elg. I guess I'm going to ask about Glenn again, see if we get more information. About Mr. Elg, he's a top programmer, says he's a genius, bugs his personality. Okay, so we're good on that for now. At least I think we're good on that for now. At the very least, we understand that we know what we need to about MC Bomber, which is good. We have what we need there. And is he back? No. I see. Oh, old man. I just wanted to say hi. I just wanted to say hi. Just wanted to say hello. Okay. Well, now I have one more nut to crack, and it's kind of worrying, to be honest with you, because I don't really know how to. You know, we'll see. I'll just take a crack at it. It's fine. Take a crack at it. See if we need to find more evidence. Head bandage. You said the bandage was from around your head was from an operation. You also said that you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? She's really creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I'm gonna look around really quick and see. It might be, I think it's a scooter, but I'm gonna double check. I'll think about it, hang on. Oh, it probably is a scooter. It's not. Well, donuts, huh? Make them myself, homemade donuts, have one. And what's inside? Jam and... Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. Guess that's a flop. You were hurt somehow. You know what? It's probably actually this bill. It is the repair bill. Okay. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill's made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me. What do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. The relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong. This is why. Yeah, I know. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. I see. She ran the dude over in a car. Anyway, I swerved a bit to try and avoid it, but... I see. I took a blow to the head, a bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away or so, I heard. Ran away? They'd stayed out of... Is it possible that the person who committed the hit and run... Well, I mean, I could tell from the silhouette, but still. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him, too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. Pretty sure it's just the bike itself. Yeah, it's the bike itself. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? Oh, that's creepy. This repair bill is paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. I feel like she's always 1 second away from just actually turning and stabbing you in the chest. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the real reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but of someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation costs, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Oh my god, $1 million for a head operation? What did you do to that brain of actually... Now thinking about it. I mean, you have a few screws loose, and that is just true. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident, that's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told us it was nothing serious, a simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. An actual full million, holy crap. My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not because of my grandfather. But I knew. That wasn't really true. Aww. She's a psychopath, but she has a heart. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Her story's really sad, honestly. She's not a good person, but she is a victim all the same. Well, she was crafted. It seems to me that she's been crafted by the surroundings, by her surroundings. And she doesn't really get to have the choice to be more. Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. I appreciate the Godfather reference. You know what's an interesting, interesting fun fact? As of right now, I have never seen the Godfather movies. I am only aware of the references. I have watched Goodfellas, though. Weird thing, I've watched the other good Mafia movie, but not the Godfather. Her music is very sad. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable, huh? There are two things I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. I feel like Phoenix Wright has righteous fury against Don Tigre now. Just like, I want to kill him. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah, we'll need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Phoenix speaking a little personally there. He really hates betrayal, and he really hates that. That's so good, though. Jeez. Move vitamin square. Oh, hello, GG. Question. Do you recognize this girl? Nope, he's just gonna throw things at me. Just show him the picture of the... Eh, bonjour, I've been waiting for you to return, Mr. Armstrong. Good timing, I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. He hasn't got anything to say to you, fellas. Hi. We call it Zinupe. Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers now. Oh right, I think he wants the papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cataverini trusted you. That's what she said, that she helped you. Forget about it. The girl's dumber than an eggplant. You want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. It ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. That's sad. Can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the 1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Yes. Mr. Armstrong, forgive me. I cannot argue with him. That really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait, don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Yeah, he showed evidence again. His medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Thank God, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, Copper? Beat it. Whoa. Come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But go, pal. Take this. You get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. I mean, at least this time I don't think he brought it out. Yep. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tender Lender is going down. Oh my god, I was like, come on, dude. Thank God for Gumshoe there. It's like, Gumshoe's like, alright, I'm gonna punch this man out. I'm gonna fight him. Thank God for Gumshoe. This is why we stand Gumshoe in this household. We now have the means to show that Tender Lender was the one who did it. Also, the fact that Armstrong has routinely shown to be the worst. This Frenchman belongs in jail as well. Send the Frenchman to jail. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was determination. Second time Gumshoe tangled with the Mafia to save Phoenix. Thank God for him for doing it. Like, Gumshoe's willing to throw hands with people, and I appreciate that. It's nearly time, Maggie. You better go into the defendant's seat. Roger. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Oh, it's the piece of evidence we needed. Does look like the aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up at Trey Bien's kitchen a couple days ago. Yeah, the one we found. We finally get to know what's inside of it. Doesn't have a label either. No smell. So what is it? We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So what is it? Is it the poison? Afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elk was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elk's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they had only time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, they might have gotten something on the prints, but... That's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? I'm gonna save again while we're here, because this is gonna be where we start the real fight. Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. I feel like Don Tigre really is the worst, because he's the inverse of Phoenix Wright, where the guy is a coward and a fool. Kind of a jerk. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony is plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank it from it with his left hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Oh god, here we go. Ha. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. This guy. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. I see. Only losers think like that. You got to change with the times. It's one of my rules. I don't think that's true, given that you seem to be hard-boiled and from the 1920s. Are you implying that you resolve these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. Of your coffee? And today I'll prove it. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. Who do we got? Duh! Oh god. Here we go again. And you are. Hi everyone. I'm Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of the Tribulations restaurant Enchanté. Wow, he really does look like Aaron Hansen from the back. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh yes, monsieur. As you can see, I am the perky gentleman, no? Oh god. On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur. Everything feels right. He's just like, I'm drinking my... Ha! Oh, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. And please make it fast. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations. Volunteer. Please, just... I have to suffer this. I have to suffer this so I can put Don Tigre into jail. I'm gonna slam dunk him into jail. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. That's already false. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. That is an art style, not a decoration. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, the glasses would have seen everything in reverse, no? A mirror. Yes, a grand mirror. A big, enormous mirror. That's not in that building. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. Mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. But there's no mirror there? I don't think. There were just 2 customers in the restaurant. Remember, I was experimenting with some new art deco. Between the tables, for example. If I'm not mistaken, just to look at this really quick. There are no mirrors there. I'm gonna press that. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Something about 4 meters wide and 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is 1 yard, holy glass in a frame, that's huge. I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. Ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. But no, I decided not to go through it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the info? Press harder. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing in the mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But you didn't ask, Trite. You only have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. As it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribulations, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. If you want to doubt someone, try to look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the mirror the victim reflected in a mirror. Everything. He would have seen everything in reverse. Yeah. Hey, Nick, we should take a second to think about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? Boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It's his left ear without a doubt. then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said would be on the left is actually on the right. That clears up the problems with his testimony, or does it? Actually, I think I see where the contradiction is. I'm gonna save really quick though, because I'm gonna be safe and we're gonna do it this way. That is false. That is false, my good man. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. Oh, I saw that for a moment. Seems like for some reason there was a flicker on that one. That was weird. Oh, but yeah. Why did the capture card have a flicker? That scares me. So to summarize, we were told that both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactly. You see, Monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Try it. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? Don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. The I broke the vase apology letter in Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. What is the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear his left ear? Ah, well, Trite. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Oh, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Good, that was good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. It looks like a boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court we're all ears. I can explain if you'll take a look at the plans of the restaurant. Okay, so you're saying that the mirror was placed behind his... Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat with the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation we've just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. I'm not a coquette, I am confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. This is also very false, because we know where... We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Oh, I hate that guy. So you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Yes, of course. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Mirror was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. Let me look at the plan again. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. Seat next to the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it's not in the way. Naturally, I did not touch anything else. Wait, I just realized, can I look at the picture of the crime photo? So, this angle I don't think shows the mirror. But also, the vase isn't broken here, so... if he was sitting there, then that vase would have been broken because he would have broken the vase. That was where the old man was sitting. I'm gonna save, but I don't think this is accurate, but it's interesting. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Well, monsieur, it's obvious if you look at the plans. Victim would have been reflected in the mirror like so. You're sitting at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? That's the seat old CD, so that's the seat old CD was sitting in on that day when the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim. Why does that seem kind of odd? Actually, I'm gonna present that because I don't know, something about that is, there's something about that that's really rubbing me the wrong way, if I'm being honest. Like, there's something about it that's like, that's wrong. Crime photo. Hey, I did it. I actually knew. This piece of evidence contradicts the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Godot, come on, dude. That's just wrong. That's not that's just really that's out of pocket. If the defense would please clarify its statement. What is something that should not exist in this photo? It's over here. This. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase. What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. There's one more thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Crudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there was an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Crudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Crudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. He's just like, oh, wait, crap. There's only one conclusion we could draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Oh, dude. Hit that Frenchman where it hurts. In his pride. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary, in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Got him steaming again. Drink coffee. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, start sweating, nerd. I was right, there was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Ah. You only get one shot in life, there's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, try it. And this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, I'll be that much closer to the truth. I feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Crudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind the contradiction in Mr. Crudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony. The ear doctor made a mistake. I'm really trying to... I think I'm almost trying to figure out what I'm looking at here. Because I don't think the victim was a phony. At least, I don't... This feels like it's... Mr. Crudo made a mistake. I'm gonna save again, but I'm looking at this like, Mr. Crudo did make a mistake. The ear doctor made a mistake. I feel like these two, it's like answer these just to see what happens, but that seems very silly. I think it's Mr. Crudo made a mistake. Clearly, Mr. Crudo made a mistake. Mr. Trite, you're the one who brought up all these contradictions. And if you're trying to tell us the old man just made a mistake, we can wrap this up with this case right now with a guilty verdict. How about it, Mr. Wright? Shall I just declare your client guilty? Is that the best you can come up with, Nick? Okay, well that's definitely wrong. Backing it up. Your doctor made a mistake. I believe we're looking at this the wrong way. It was actually the doctor's mistake. What? Yes, the doctor got the wrong ear. Objection. Well, I believe we saw an autopsy report yesterday, one that stated that the left eardrum was ruptured and had medicine in it. I see. Back it up. Alright, his nickname is Nick. Yeah, nickname. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yeah, there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Crudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? That's right. The victim that Mr. Crudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. There was enough unaccounted time to create a phony. Crudo never saw the waitress's face. Oh. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Imposter. I like that he drank the coffee just to do a spit take. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Kate, why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? What did you say? Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Crudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Crudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Crudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Crudo this fake poisoning. Who's this RoboCop man? Where's this Glorious Circus calling a lawyer? Edgeworth, I think? Edgeworth, he was our rival in the first game, and he's been gone for a long while. But... Godot seems to be our new rival. Seems like we get a new prosecution rival every game. At least from what I see. Except for the case at the end of 2 where we got to have Edgeworth again. There's only one reason and only one. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Oh, okay. Yeah, basically. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right, well, witness. If your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in details the events in the restaurant that day. We. The saddest we. The saddest we. Frenchman? Tell me what happened. The victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Elk became very excited. It's approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant at all, after all. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Yes, I see. The cross-examination. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. How many roses do you think he has stuffed in like his pockets so he can do this? Came to my restaurant alone. Remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Monsieur Elg became very excited. It's funny that they shortened Monsieur to Mon, because that would be how they do it in French. That would be how they do it. But also, it's funny that they shortened it because they know that the box would be way too long if they did. They didn't. Approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No time for a phony to do the acting. Absolutely. Nova sure once I find a hole in his testimony. The French perturb me at this point. Well, at least this Frenchman. This Frenchman perturbs me. There were no other customers. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trite? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift. But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. I guess I'll press here. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman. Sorry, what do you mean? There's a renowned chef and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. Clarice, yes, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 of the lottery. It's called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I should recite it for the court? Please don't. Just shoot him down immediately. There was no time for a phony to do the acting. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked the old man to call from the payphone, and by your own argument, try it. The purpose of this phony victim's performance is so the old man could see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, the opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Yes. Seems the shadow of the doubt has been lifted. Yes, Mr. Armstrong. Okay, so I think it's that last statement that we're looking at for... There is no time for a phony to do the acting. Actually, I think I can disprove that, but I'm gonna look through really quick. There's no time for a phony. And now I have to save. I think it's this statement that I have to push, but I'm a little uncertain, but I probably could press everything else just to make sure. I'll just press again. Was he alone at his table as well? But yes, I saw him from the kitchen. Yeah, the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Fortunately for you, Trite, yesterday's witness also testified the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. Old man arrived not long after him. No other customers. He became very excited. I'll press this one too. Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, yes, $500,000. Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. What about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked some birdseed that got stuck in his throat. Seems we have yet another incident on our hands. I need to prove that there were 5 minutes that I think the proof here is that there was no time. Because I need to prove that the 5 minutes did occur that Mr. Kudo mentioned. So I need to find the... I'm gonna have to maybe this will give us what we need. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Yes, he comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy. You're most welcome anytime. Said it was worth one sip and nothing more. So old man Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging your memory. In jogging my memory, you are wonderful. Ah, can't help. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? This will be added to the. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Thank you. Good. I'm glad I saw a person's in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. That's the contradiction we needed. So, to catch everybody up on what I just learned, so he says that it was about 2 p.m. when he showed up. However, if we look at the brochure thing that says that that it would have gone up, it would have been 1:30, meaning that there is if the crime was reported at 2:25, there would be an entire hour of time. I call BS. Your Honor, this man is lying. Your Honor, slap him in the face. Remove his facial hair. Make him regret being born. And then send him back. Afraid I've got you. Qua, what do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to is Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Yes, that was the show Monsieur Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder... You said the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Yes, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. This show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. Delete him. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over, there's only one conclusion you could draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Don't even try it. By the performance try, you're almost on a roll. Godot, are you seriously going to try and disprove this? But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What do you mean? What is this? Music Theory 101? No, Music Theory 101 starts with intervals. It's really annoying. In fact, I'm not gonna lie, Chief. Every time I was in music theory classes where they're like, here's what notes look like, and here's what intervals are. It's like, that's good and all, but can you please... Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you could prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse. According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer in there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? I think I know where it is, but... The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with the proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence. What's the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? Thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed? I'm gonna save here, but I'm I am about 50% certain it's inside Tribulations. Inside. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would show the court on these plans. Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was hidden. Okay, this is gonna be tough, isn't it? The obvious answer is the kitchen, because, I mean, hiding it in the kitchen's the easy answer, but is the easy answer really the answer that we would use? Because you could have even just hid it here. The body could have been hidden here just as easily, because it would have been out of the way of Mr. Kudo, because Mr. Kudo wouldn't have seen it. It would have been right here. The body could have been right here. Kitchen seems like the easy answer, but it could have been hidden here. Because that's just out of view of Mr. Kudo. He wouldn't have seen it coming in this way, especially if it was under the table. But, I mean, that's just conjecture. It's a game theory, but a little bit concerned that I'm not 100% sure about this, but I want to say the kitchen because that's the easiest place to put it, but I'm going to try here. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition, but the real question is, can you back it up? If you had an hour, would you hide? Why would you hide it anywhere but the kitchen? Wait, go back. Yep, you know, you're right. You're right. You're right. Present, and I'm gonna back up. Too bad. Okay, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back up. Backing it up. Inside. Okay. Okay. No, you're right. You had an hour. You are right. Kitchen. Body's hidden here. Kitchen. Where's the evidence that proves that he was there? Here it is. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the best bottles, my sir. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Eh? What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results right here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen. At which time, this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never. I could not do such a horrible thing. What is happening right now? Mr. Godot. The bitterness. The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Why do you have a rule of I need to down a mug of coffee every time somebody lies to me? God, you would be just dead. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. Put a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend. Je vous demande pardon, please, you must hear me out. It is a trap, listen to me. Por favor? What? That's Spanish, you fool! Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, but en por favor is Spanish. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong. He broke the Frenchman so hard. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it? No, no, no. Absolutely no. Let's hear it. You have got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness. The court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. Yes, it is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Thank God. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced? By who? I cannot say or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another man. There he is. There was another man. Hey, look at that. Maggie wasn't lying. How about that? I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. You gotta break this man. I have to break the French. I have to break the French. Truly, this is the method. This is the way. This is the truth. I see. Man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. I'm gonna save here, but I think I have the reason right away. Let's see. I think it was... Yeah, it's right here. I have it. You have $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is that true, Mr. Armstrong? Yes, I am sorry. I was weak and I borrowed the money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Yes, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one more further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot. Godot is just like, why is this happening to me? You will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Oh god. 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand, not a minute more. How the hell do you plan on doing that? Don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, Core is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. I don't know why, but I'm just imagining Godot in a dead sprint towards Tender Lender, and just like with all the coffee in his system, he just shows up there as fast as possible. Oh, good lord. This is gonna be scary, isn't it? I can already tell this is going to be worrying. Oh god. Story is getting intense fast. Alright, fingers crossed that things go well, but... So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not Topknot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of got wound up. Ah, no kidding. Gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, yeah, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. What, Nick? We still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get fingerprints analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? If you're going to back to the station anyway, can you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time that we solve the last mystery of whose prints are on it. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing on me too. Small bottle given back. I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. I see, so I'm going to be stalling a bit. It's pretty much the final showdown, I guess. Here we go. Time to separate the phonies from the real guys. This case has been very fascinating so far. This has been a very fun case to just go through. Nerve-wracking, but fun. Did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? This guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. He's like chained up and like brought in like... Oh my god. Witness. Please... Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too. Would you mind? What'd you say to me? Nothing? I didn't say nothing, honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad broken accent in the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear. I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. What? That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout, we can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. Oh, I see. Godot is just like, listen, man, you're going to come in here now. You're coming here now. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Oh, Fugitive, thank you so much for the hydration. I haven't drank water this much this whole time. Ugh. This is also... These redeems go for everybody. If you haven't hydrated or stretched in a little while, make sure you do. Oh, dear. Future Savior, how's it going? Oh, boy. Ugh. Oh, boy. There we go. Whew. Okay. Horror music is different. It's Godot's theme. He's different. Dude has a different vibe to him. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Hey, look, it's Demon Wright. Yeah, he's our phony. I don't know what his deal is, but... Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Huh. Phoenix Wright. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur, you hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. What? Get a grip, Nick. Tiger's alibi. Is the judge and Maya supposed to be visible? No, they're under their tables. The judge is under his stand, and Maya's under the table. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tendo Lender every single day. So check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, your cross-examination mate. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know they get on games the guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer, he just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000 and you're gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Okay. Ha. I'll have a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's really not... This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side, he'll bite off everyone's heads. Yours too. Very well. I had no choice but to impose a penalty system here. He's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of, big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. Court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination. And I need to see him visible gulp down that coffee. He drinks a lot of coffee. Alrighty, let's see. Tiger's alibi. Nothing to do with no murder, huh? Don't know nothing about no murder. Was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. Got whales lined at the borrow cash from Tendo Lender every single day. Want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Okay, well, I'm gonna save really quick, but... Oh boy, here we go. Just gonna... I'll press this one and see if... By Violetta, you mean the Cadaverini families? Yeah. You don't want to cross them or you're gonna wind up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds that you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in. Sorry, I couldn't quite put it together towards the end there. So that's just like Viola, didn't he? Get the feeling this might be the right time to probe him about her. I'm gonna leave it for now, but I'll come back to it. It's too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. It's better to focus on gathering information at the moment. Okay, let's see. I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations. Heh, he's got a big mouth, right? Trying to say I was in with them on some mob hit, is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then? Evidence, yes, well. For an attorney to make an accusation in court, you must have evidence. That's from Loan Shark to Lawyer, a beginner's guide, yeah? Ah, I see the studious type, Mr. Tigre, very good. Ah, why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, try it. Should I do? Leave it, because that is not worth pressing. Too dangerous not to press things. I hate this guy so much. This guy's... Don't know nothing about no murder. He's tied up with business in December last year. Actually, I'm gonna ask this one. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp. She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. He's just growling. There he goes again. Well, the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he's doing on the day of the murder, so now what? I'll press. Mr. Tigre, what do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, try it, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you say, listen, of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please... Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Ugh, don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Never saw that kid before. I'll just press really quick. You didn't know Mr. Glen Elg, really? I don't mess with the guppy suit when there are bigger fish to fry. What do you say, boss? Huh? Who? Me? I was about to hit you with a fat $200,000. Well, I was thinking about purchasing a nice car from Europe. Is he seriously considering this? Wow, the Tiger's a really good salesman, huh? Yeah, and if I want to sell this case, I need to copy him. How about you hit him with a fat piece of evidence, boss? Wish it was that easy. In the office, too. I don't know if that's okay. I don't know if I can disprove this way. This is a bit of an awkward one, isn't it? Because in the office, I got whales lined at the broadcast from Tenderlander every single day. It's this face that makes me want to punch him. It's like he's trying to put on a disgruntled face, but it's like... I'll press it. So I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office. It's tough for the little guys these days. Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of companies like that want to get in good with me. I'm their best friend. I see. That's very admirable of you, witness. Yeah, well, Tenderlander's motto is win through compromise, you know. Win through compromise? What is that supposed to mean? Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. He's got it. With best friends like you, who needs enemies? Here, let me spell it out for you all. You don't pay me back within 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due and your stupid hair. You follow what I'm saying? But I'm not one of your customers. I'll press harder. I don't know. Mr. Tigre. If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead-end try and you know it. Remember the rules. Pressing the evidence without evidence to back it up your attack is prohibited. Ouch, the pain. Mr. Tigre, would you mind repeating? Okay, I see. Don't know nothing. I'm gonna just leave it for now because I'm not too worried about it, but the day you're talking about, I was in the office too. I never seen that kid before. Wait, could I? I'm trying to make sure I understand what I could disprove. Let's see, because I needed disprove. I think this is the statement I needed. Owner of the loan is Tenderlander. Ah, here it is. Yes, here it is. I see. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elg. But it appears that Mr. Glen Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the Tiger, and the date? December 3rd. December 3rd. That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. He just looks really mad. Ah, not bad. You're actually not bad. Use. It really is Joey Wheeler. Sorry. I was just messing with you to see how good you were. You hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I could do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. He's calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? Use. God, I'm gonna start speaking like Joey Wheeler at this point. Ruh-roh, what is... You become Scooby-Doo under that desk? Get out of here. Get out here. You are not allowed to act like Scooby-Doo in this case. So you're saying that you're claimed to have never seen the kid before is the truth. Said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Ha. Then I say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court witness? Never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glen Elg. I ain't no liar, I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. Set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't even ever showed. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint, you hear? That's also incorrect. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. It arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? This guy. This is the kind of guy in most other games you would just grab him by the neck and throw him somewhere. I actually already know where the... So I think I already know where the contradiction is, but we'll see. We'll see. I think I know what the contradiction is, though. Nope, it's not. I thought it was, but that is not the case. Ain't never been. I'm gonna wait a moment, because I'm gonna look really quick. Instead of meeting it with the guy at my office tender lender. I'm gonna double check that the calendar doesn't say anything about that, does it? No. Some lame guy with that name, though, he wanted to borrow cash from me. Ain't no liar, I never met Glen Elg. Set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. Waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. Ain't never been to that Tribulations joint, you hear? Never, not even once. Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee, capiche? You think he really didn't meet Glen Elg? Not likely. Because I'm convinced the guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony he gave was just a lie? Of course. So that we can't afford to think of the ways to plug the leaks in. Goddamn, well, I still can. I'm gonna press these two and see what we can... I'm gonna see if there's anything we can get. That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the day he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December. So he did meet Mr. Elg then. Hey, right, you might want to cool your jets a sec. Okay, I set up a meeting with the guy at my office. So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then. Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk to my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. Got the best punching bag you ever saw in there. Not exactly a professional office you got there, you know. So you were in your office at the day on the day in question. Waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna try and figure out something here, because I'm gonna look through some stuff really quick. Let's see. I need to look through and see what I can do. Oh, it's the matches. Never mind, I found it. I was like, wait, no, it's the matches. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What she's talking about? We found them in your office at Tenderlunder. They're from that restaurant. What? You've never really been to Tribulations before. What was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Broad? Is it weird that I've heard the term broad twice this week and it's still confusing to me? Order. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling the truth, don't you? Sorry. Tell me sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Alright, let's... Well. He's just a bad liar. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. This close to proving it was him. Just need to... He did meet Glen Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. You know, if the poison wasn't on his person, it could have been Viola. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. Heard the cop sirens on my way out, so I went straight back to my office. That's already false. I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha. No problem. Anytime Trite presses you with something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Special express ain't cheap, right? So just so you know, since he's paying. Oh, man. Doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? No, it doesn't, given that we've played 2 games where people are going around it. Good thing your contradiction is so easy. That afternoon, when I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. Guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be. Yeah, it's right here. It's right here. You open the door, you couldn't see the body. That is just a very easy one to get to. You couldn't see the body around the barrier, so... That one, I believe... I think it's the floor plans. I'm gonna save again just to be safe, but... You could... Yeah, that one's just like... You can't see that. You can't see that, dude. Dude, your lies suck. You can't be... You can't be a liar if you're bad at lying. It's like... And it's like, you can't commit crime if you're not willing to be deceptive. It's like... It's almost like lying 101. First off, establish that you know what the truth is. Making a lie is about knowing the truth and omitting details that you know, harm you, and providing enough detail, like you provide enough detail of the space so that you're not going to get caught on a contradiction. Like, there are so many things about this guy that's like, how are you this bad at lying? You're a loan shark, you freaking dork. No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Try? A new line of irrelevant questioning. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say that you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have been covered in an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. Oh, he's sweating now. Thank God, you sunburned tomato-looking freaking absolute low. You're not even a lone shark. You're a lone guppy. What are you gonna do with this, boy? So from the entrance to Tribune, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat, but you did see the victim that day because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? Which we have already disproven. Most angular tomato. The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glen Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? Gotta save again. We gotta delete this tomato. You say that the killer murdered Glen Elg, and that then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. It's Tigre. Obviously. The killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness. That's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. Dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! That's me like you. It must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Ha. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot. Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no, no, no. Servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who poured the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha. I see. Well, found your pen at last, Wright. It was in my pocket. Ahem. But anyway. Mr. Kudo witnessed 2 people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Glenelg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. I'm going to save really quick, just in case we need it. If this Glenelg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee at Tender Lender. He's making a big mistake. Do you know who Viola's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Ms. Berta, stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. So, what's up? Witness. What have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? He's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get into my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about. He's got it all wrapped up nice, right? But you missed out one real important thing. Did I? Did I actually miss something important? Or are you going for motive? But that can't be. I was in the joint that day and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear? What? You really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha, what a troublemaker. Troublemaker? More coffee. Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. Blend number 177. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? It's the fact that he keeps making that face. It's like, please stop making that face at me. Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, you see. Anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Ogg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you gotta take the VIG into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. 100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. Got that $500,000 just in time, so I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive, he has to have one, but what is it? I think I know what it is. I know what it is. And I think I can put it down. I think I can put down his motive. Loan the cash, payback date. He's got no way to pay up. About to flatten the guy. Oh wait, no, I'm a step ahead. I just realized I'm a step ahead. Because I was gonna say, oh yeah, these medical papers would be his motive. But his motive is this, because this is the thing he has to pay off. But because this is what he's paying off. but he wouldn't be able to do so. Tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm gonna save really quick, but I'm pretty sure It tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm gonna put the disc down on this and see if this works. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, I think I'm a step ahead, though, for motive. Got no way to pay up, about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Real lucky. If the waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Trying to look at this. I feel like this is going to be one of those statements that confuses me because I'm a step ahead. Because I know what his motive is. He killed him for two things. One, to claim this disc, MC Bomber. And two, he probably he had motive to pay off things because he still had Viola's medical papers to pay off. And those are the two things I need to figure out, frankly. Think you're right on the money. Did you press the statement, that statement before presenting? Oh, the statement of he's got no way to pay up. This one. Yep, I see it now. How much did he have left on his debt? You want it in round figures? About 100,000. This is the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What? You just tell me he wasn't even going to pay for the coffee? Certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg. That guy was smooth, I tell you, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. How do I autocorrect to erase half a word? I don't actually know. Kind of impressed. Calls me Tender Tiger. You're skating on thin ice with me. Was that because the guy won the lottery? Well, has his last chance at a big win. You confirm that this is the ticket in question. That's it. The Millionaire radio show starts at 1:30 and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy. I don't know how it would have erased half a word, though. Acted out 30 minutes later, also Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it. I'm gonna press more. The waitress, you mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? She hadn't been in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, done and over with. You should push on this a little. What exactly are you implying the defendant did? How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Alex's coffee. Likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Trite. The law doesn't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. Couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a few good 2 cups of coffee. I concur, you'll amend it. Business with that kid was over. Ah, there it is. I think I see what I needed. Save again. I see what we needed. My business with that kid was over. Nope, crap. Blech. Crap. Blech. Thought I had him. The tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he's going to do, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been done and over with? Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, and that's all. I'm a businessman. So I'll come together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping the loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like to have it amended? Have it amended. Not gonna go anywhere with where this... So what's the tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over. So how did he... So I have to figure out that stuff. 1,000, 100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Okay, I think this is what I needed. I think this is what I needed. I think. I did. Okay, yes, I was right. I was correct. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elk owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection.
You gonna hit me with this? What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus. What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that's from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial. The fact that the good judge is this, like, behind is just bizarre to me. What? Glen Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection.
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get a hold of that program. Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trite. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. What if he needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money in the tune of $1 million? Yeah, we know. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, the operation cost $1 million. Jesus Christ. $1 million for a single operation is scary to me. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million, a preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha, no one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Oh, he is getting angry. Order, order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Oh yeah, he did. Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Her heart transplant cost it to 1.38 to 1.66 million in the US. Jesus Christ. I swear God, sometimes medical things just scare the crap out of me. It's like, holy. I mean, that's me. My response to a heart transplant costing $1.5 million. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. Thanks, now I know I should just die instead. That's just kidding, but it costs over $1 million. See, it's like a heart transplant. That's just, my God. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glen Elk had no way to pay back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre poses Glen Elk, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection.
Like I said, Troy, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. This guy is just like fuming on the inside. Let's put on a good show, Spiky. Oh boy, here we go. Now it's this guy going nuts again. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You say I dressed up like that kid, created a witness to frame someone. If I did something crazy like that, it'll leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick that you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? I know what it is. I think. Maybe. Are you just having fun over there, Godot? Godot? And? What's the relevance of that, Trite? Just a little intro. Intro into what? Okay, going back. Really he had to slow sip the coffee to make fun of me? Really, dude? Let's see. Hey, don't want to do something sloppy like that. Oh, I know. It's probably the badge. Took one more precaution to make sure Miss Bird had another way out. I think it's the badge. Fill us all in. What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? I think it's this. What on earth is that? What an insult to think someone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. Later in the game series, they probably let you present both pieces of evidence. Probably. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen. Thank God, we just hit him with it. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney that represented the accused a month ago is this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? No, it was you. Have you no pride, sir? My God. This isn't a matter of pride. In case you don't know, Trite, here in court we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I'm absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness is standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. Okay, I got it. I mean, I think I know what the evidence is, but I gotta hit it. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. Circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glen Elk, you say he impersonated you, but none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Actually, we will in a moment here, because I'm pretty sure Gumshoe is going to show up right now. Ha! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, you're going to get mauled. You got that? All we managed to do is chase him around a bit, but I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha! God dang it. Godot, shut up. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence, I can maybe get Maggie off the hook. Here it is. Free to go, Mr. Tigre. No, you're not. Right here. Here it is. Boom. Hold it! Your Honor, sir. Wait! Yeah, it's Gumshoe, baby! Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? Would have been a bigger parallel to Franziska's surprise appearance of Just for All if it was the same game. Yes, it would have been. But it's actually, now it's like a callback to it. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prince, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, what? Do you know who they belong to? Do you think you have some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us, they're the tigers, right? Yeah, you bet. Clears crystal all over the bottle. Works either way. Yeah. Furio's Tigre's paw prints, all right. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything out on the line for this. I know. Look, I'm sorry. Sorry because I say this, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage of the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact his prints on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now? No, it does. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie, and I've been working on some useless piece of evidence this whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait. Aw, he's gone. Is there anything we could do now, Nick? Wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Phoenix's gears are turning. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence that you have. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally. We can all assume it's evidence that will actually stand him in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but you already shown how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you'll talk us through it, Mr. Wright. I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. So, do I present the bottle now, or do I present something else and try to, like, lose the case? This feels weird. This is a big doozy. Gotta be tricky. Why do I still have this lunchbox? Why do I still have this lunchbox? Of all the things I have here, why is it the lunchbox? Potassium cyanide. I'm trying to think this through really quick. Because I don't think it's directly giving the small bottle right away. I don't think it's this. I do not think it's this right away. I did save, right? I saved. All right, I saved before this, right? I'm like, now I'm worried because I'm like, I saved, right? Oh god. Box. Quite frankly, Mr. Wright, I'm disappointed. I was wondering what evidence you could present. Besides than saying the fact I ain't guilty. Come on, Nick. Okay, I need to. Oh wait, no. Wait, can I load 7? Where does this put me? I'm gonna make sure I know where this is. I grant you to recess. Yeah, okay, it's right here. Okay, got it. All right, so I do have a load point at this point. I see. Don't let Gumshoe's work go to waste. He'll let his guard down a bit. Okay, so this is what I need. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's? Your Honor. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in the courtroom who should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle, is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyways? Phony trial, phony lawyer, phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Oh, I gave my advice a little too soon. Sorry for briefly messing with your head. No, but now I understand what it is. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? Ha! You make a good clown, you know that. What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Mr. Tigre. Mr. Tigre, are you an idiot? My good man. How would you know what the bottle of poison looked like? Rip big mans. This dumb motherfucker. I got him at last. What? Why has everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to the court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You just don't know who you're just messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You just think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure. The last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. You know what's funny about stuff like Law & Order, where they say, get this to the lab and get them a blood match DNA, they'll get it back within a day, when in reality it takes months to get results. Well, and also, for blood DNA or like fingerprints, they have to be in the criminal record first. You can't get fingerprint matches unless you have the two people and do the fingerprints. And if somebody doesn't have a criminal record, you won't have anything. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. That's a lot of R's. He is going nuts. Oh my goodness, he is losing it. Did he just pass out? They always say the prints aren't in the system, so you don't know who it is. What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done, Wright. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Self-destruct. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Got him. The lights went out for a second. He just threw a cup of coffee at you. He threw a cup of coffee at me. Come on, man. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Literal blackout in the courtroom and in the courtroom. Now then, how are things going, Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggie Bird not guilty. Always usually make a slip of the tongue that can make or break a case. The fact that we caught him with that singular piece is so good. It's like, hey, look at that gumshoe. You see, you did it. Look at that. Amazing. It's already 10 o'clock. How the heck has time moved so fast? Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad at Mr. Wright landed me in all the trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. If this case had been placed in Justice for All, it would have been a case of the lion, a case of the tiger, and a case of the bear. Oh my. Oh my god, a Wizard of Oz reference? Actually, you are 100% right. Holy crap. Oh, now I see what you mean. What does it mean, Maggie? That was a tiger. Like an A2 in the sense said him when the contractor said her. Yes. Precisely. That was me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick. In the doorway. Hey, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. My boy. And so I'll be heading off. No, you get back here. Get back here, you freaking golden retriever boy. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Aw. Thanks. Well, this is awkward. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I guess I'll be heading off. I'll see you later. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him we got that medication bottle. It wasn't even of any use, but it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can you just put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. Didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. We gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really cares. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. I'm gonna double check, but yeah, it's the lunchbox. It's the box. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. Aw. I actually really like weenies, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Aw, context. Yes, it is context. Look at the food. They gave her a fork. So how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Aw. It's meat and rice. That's all she gets. Aw, there we go. So the case of the phony versus genuine is closed. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And she ate all the food. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. I hope so. I really hope so, man. She keeps ending up getting the... To be fair, meat and rice can be a banger. It is a banger. I have had that meal many times. Episode 3, recipe for turnabout, the end. Hey, we actually... So we've complete... It feels kind of weird that we keep ending up... My boy. Just like... Listen, man. There are a few characters in this game that 100% will elicit a reaction from me like Edgeworth. Edgeworth is a good man. I like this man. Oh. The girl, let her go. Oh god, here we go. What is this? Is this a movie? What's happening here? What is happening? Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. What is happening here? There he is. There he is. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Oh. Holy crap. Did I just watch a snuff film? What just happened? Whose murder did I just... Oh. Is he watching TV? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. Why are you in the hospital? It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Picture. Terry Falls. Terry Falls? Are you, wait, is that the guy who fell off of that bridge? After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Okay. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. My hands has no light to watch videos. He's got a major eye strain. You right. It's a whole year out before Mia and I met. Especially since I only saw blue light. Yeah, he's gonna be straining his eyes really hard. 6 years earlier, Mia Fey first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. District of... I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. Wait, it's another case. It's another case with Mia. Marketing tagline for this game is past, present, truth. Oh. I never should have accepted this case. Hi. Ah. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing, I swear. I didn't kill nobody. Why did they give you the ball to carry around with the chain? Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk, try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. Didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry. I told a little lie. What is up with this guy? Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? Really sorry, dude. What is up with this guy? He sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman. She lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it. I didn't kill her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. Police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss between 4 and 5. Let's see. Okay, we have very little to work with. Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true, he did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive, it's true. You can trust him, right? I mean, I should. You're not going to figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. That's what Godot looked like before his hair was met? Was hair's white? My God, he's gorgeous! Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. What a Chad. Thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? That old man is probably still in bed. Bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. You mean Mia's partner that died? That Diego Armando? Oh my God, wait a minute. No, that's even further than that. Wait a minute. Diego Armando. Wait, if I'm remembering correctly, not a spoiler for the puzzles parts of the case itself, but since I gave the warning at the start just for all, I figured it's a good start to say this seems suicide are big in this case. I have a question. I'm trying to remember this crooked. I'm trying to remember correctly. Wasn't there... Okay, good to remember that there's themes of suicide in this case. I have a question about Diego. Is he not related to someone else in this series? If I'm not remembering correctly. I feel like I've seen him before. Or at least someone who looks like him. Because he kind of reminds me of a cowboy. Is he not... Is this not the same man? I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney of Grossberg Law Office, is here for me. No, wait, he's got to be Godot. No, he is Godot. That's just it. He is Godot. Diego doesn't have relatives. Okay. Because I was like, wait, is he not... He's not that guy, because he's dead. He's dead. But... Man, Diego's been kind of referenced for a while now, so... Is Godot Diego? No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine. Escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's time to head in, kitten. Charm those claws, here's it's go time. Diego doesn't have else. Okay, good. Solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling he was telling the truth. So this is kind of like the Green Mile, isn't it? This is gonna make me sad, isn't it? This is gonna hurt, isn't it? Young genius in law school. There he is. There he is. Cora's now said, oh god. Forgot about this guy. And his college thesis forehead. Cora is in trial for the Cora is now a bit of foreboding about this case. There is so much wrong here, because let me get this straight. 2/3 of the prosecution, 2/3 of the lawyers present here are dead. Well, one of them died and came back, I guess. I don't know. He crawled out of hell, apparently. And the other one isn't here, isn't with his defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Oh my god, baby-faced Edgeworth, look at him. I understand that lawyers of both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor, I'm Mia Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. Mia, my beloved. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? Say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. Guess our little kitten hasn't earned much of a reputation yet, huh? Oh my god. I can see Edgeworth got that Sonic 06 Eggman outfit. Can I just say, I absolutely am aware that there's a generation of, like a small slice of a generation who were definitely crushing on Armando. Because if you'll remember, Edgeworth never lost a case before Phoenix, and Mia said her last time in court scarred her during the game's second trial. I see what you mean. I'm crooked. Yeah, because, yeah, I remember now. So that means that this case is going to be a loss. And even further than that, we know that it's going to be a loss because earlier in this game, we were told that she lost her first trial. So, oh my god, this entire case feels so much more this is more dreadful than I thought it was going to be. Oh. But yeah, no, I get why Armando's kind of down. I get it. People are down for him. I get it. There's a generation of girls who definitely are like, yep, this is my favorite. So this is the truth part of the game. Actually, part of the past as well, so... Come on, Mia, you can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls is responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. I will say, hearing him refer to her as kitten constantly is very strange, but... Let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor, it was 5 years ago. Defendant Terry Falls was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. Truly horrible crime, I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Oh, I missed seeing the Manfred von Karma ticks. Oh my god, the Manfred von Karma ticks. Look at it. A witness's testimony. Not gonna lie, Diego doesn't have the best attitude about women, a bit chauvinistic in my opinion. He kind of seems like the kind of guy who would be, but I also feel like after dying his entire life changed, but I don't know. I definitely can kind of see it. I can see it like looking at him. I can see what you mean. Yeah, he's way more von Karma gestures when he's younger. It's very good though. But yeah, I do see what you mean with Diego being kind of like chauvinistic. I can see what you mean. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. He really does have a lot of the Von Karma moves here. Ah, I see. His eyes went super wide, holy. Okay, I know this is kind of weird to say, but it's very bizarre to me that this judge looks like Yen Sid from Kingdom Hearts / Disney, like Fantasia. He looks like Sorcerer Yen Sid, which is very weird for me to say, but it's because of the beard and the hair is making me think it's like, yeah, it's specifically his combination of facial features that makes me remember Yen Sid, which is weird because I never actually got to play Kingdom Hearts 2. I've just watched it. Only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha. Truth is becoming clear to me now. Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide the outcome, Your Honor. Yeah, watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. Call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Is it Gumshoe? Oh my god, he has a different coat? Oh, this is wrong. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh my god, it's so weird. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. Oh, it's so wrong. This is so wrong. I don't like it. Where's your green coat? Why do you actually look kind of put together? I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am. Got any idea how much work it takes? Well, what is it? You're really gorgeous. Come on, dude. No, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick something other than your heart will ache. Wow, even this even this early on in his career, Edgeworth is attacking his paycheck. Holy crap. Okay, I got it. Even at this point in Edgeworth's career, he is attacking Gumshoe's wallet. Holy crap. But also, I guess everybody is just excited to be around Mia. Kind of weird, but I see. Now, detective, tell us about this incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. Maybe a little weird to say, but I think that may be the gray coat just before it aged. Oh my god. Oh, that's kind of, that almost makes it gross. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir, I got you. Let's take a look at an aerial map of the photo from this area here. Aerial photo of the map. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge, and the river that runs underneath there is Eagle River. I'm almost terrified by that being the... Okay, wait, also, I just looked at this. How is this bridge meant to be used for anything? It's like, it's broken? It's not working? Victim and the defendant met there on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Okay. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Not sure why I like you wagging your finger at me as though I was some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now. Listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Good lord. This is gonna be a nightmare. You have to face him at his strongest. You have to face the freaking Edgeworth before his first victory. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Dusky Hawthorne went to Dusky Hawthorne. Jesus. Oh yeah, he's a Canadian judge. I see. That makes sense. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time to meet with Mr. Falls. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge, and that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Alright. Criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you can certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Oh, heavens. Naturally. Now, would our defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. Hey, settle down there. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. Courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright, especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner here. Ha, you got me there. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia, stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all night watching. Oh god, she has to... Oh god, here we go. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne... God, it's like my brain keeps reading the first line of both lines and swapping them. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. That's where she was brutally murdered. I guess I'll just press everything and see what we can get, like, information-wise. I'll just press. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant called her. Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk. Okay, what does it say, though? According to this note, it seems the one who called her on the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. His bright idea wasn't to keep that note from me. Ah, looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's the detective's fault. It's the one who said unknown person. Hey, now, don't make that face at me. It just said it was that way because the prosecutor told me to. Is that a trap? That cute face, I don't expect him to be so sneaky. I see. Oh my god, I just realized what this is. Oh, no. Hey, everyone. Hey, Drifter, how's it going today? It's been a little bit. How's it been? Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. It's been so long. It has been quite some time. How's it been? Has work been good? Also, I just realized what this case is gonna be, and I'm so sad now. This case is going to be specifically I have to fall for traps. Been hella busy. Oh. A bridge up in the mountains, but why meet there? Because it's a very important place to the defendant, that's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. But now I got new plants and I'm vibing. Awesome. That's excellent. That's excellent. That is excellent. Very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls. Turning to the scene of the crime, how nostalgic. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, don't move. Got you surrounded. Wait a second, isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. I mean, do your best. I don't think they want you to flub at every turn. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Ah, that's what would have happened that she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. Wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What, you mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. Not sure how I feel about car thieves. This guy really show you how he feels about anything. This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. Of course it isn't. Victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. Talking about a woman here. Can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. Condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Don't see anything strange, do you? Actually, wait, I do. I do see something strange about that. I do see something strange about this. Arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. That's certainly some impressive police work. Well, no, it was actually way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5. We figured that Mr. Falls just might try to run. What on earth do you mean it's too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30. It takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. So I don't actually know who the judge or the prosecutor is or why you are Mia. This is her very first case. The one that scarred her for an entire year to be in court. It was kind of close. Any later, Mr. Falls could slip right by. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly and leave more than just a flesh wound. It's fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. If you're going to be caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterwards. Ever famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. Okay. I do think I need to save and just go for it. Present? Nope, it wasn't that. I see. Don't see anything strange, do you? What did the defendant have to say about this photo? What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nothing. I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole a car. That's what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says, sorry, told a little lie, or something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Okay, so I need to figure out what to present here. Confidential notes. White scarf. Here it is. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Witness. What is it? You have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry. Totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I've actually had to address someone like that. You should know. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Yeah. Say there, little kitten. You want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. No, come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note. It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. They must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus the special request. Ah, I have one simple question for you. One very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? Can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Just Gumshoe's like, Even at this point, he's getting dunked on. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. I see. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? He's just like, oh yeah. We have the asterisk sigh here. I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you're so desperately searching for is this one, perhaps, chance. That's a light blue. That's not a white. Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. Huh, that hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it's intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. You know what's funny? I just realized something. Because Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright do the same things to each other. Is this where that started? This practice of, oh yeah, I'm gonna hold on to the evidence myself rather than submitting it right away. Court will accept the scarf into evidence. The evidence. Yeah, Drifter, I guess to explain everything, this case is supposed to be taking place in the past. And it's the very first case, so it is a bit strange. The attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself. I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, Prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Alright, everything's moving at his whim. Don't forget, kid, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Good lord. Man really is pushing. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf after. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Why is he's carrying that ball around? I mean, Discovery Law is a joke in this series anyways. Anyone can just present new stuff to the court record so long as they say they found it at the crime scene. No one really questions it unless it's part of the plot that they should. That is kind of something that is a little bit difficult, is that with crime scenes in this game, it is like we kind of hand wave away the fact that the attorneys are allowed to find evidence and bring it to court, and they basically serve as detectives as well as attorneys, which is not really how it works. It's more like the detectives give them the evidence and they have to make the case in court. Suitably dramatic. Yes, it is. And also, to put it bluntly, but not very lawful. Yeah, no. Well, to put it bluntly, if you only did the stuff in court and you were just handed evidence by the detectives, that would make for a very different and less engaging game, because you're not solving the case yourself, you're solving the back half of it yourself, which is not very good. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. It must have been where when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense this bridge is very high up. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Who took this photo anyway? I'll just say it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha, potential witness. Why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. They can't just randomly pull evidence out in a flourish either. It has to be passed down by everyone before the trial even starts. Yes, it does have to. Also, Nemnems, how's it going today? Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm not sure how I feel about that. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it quite clear at this point what happened on the bridge. I also just realized something. I think I know who that delicate witness was. Because I'm thinking about it. Of all the witnesses that would be referred to as delicate, I have some ideas, but I'm not going to think about it too much yet. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now, huh? Yes, it's quite obvious he's clearly guilty. Not again, that's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, huh? I do find it really funny that this dude also is just, yep, guilty, get him out of here. Like, dude, you shut up. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. Shows the Vic wearing the scarf. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind. I'm gonna save here, but that's incorrect. Doing good. Got some of my streamers set up today. Just gotta figure out what parts we need for a snazzy computer. Well, you definitely want to go for power on a computer if you're going to go for streaming. You definitely want power, especially if you're doing PC games. The tough thing is you got to make sure that also, like, when you have to make sure there's enough power, and you also need to have, it's mostly power for this part of the parts. You need to have parts that work well together, and also you need to have a lot of space. Yeah, art and games. Yeah, you want to have good. My computer has been I've had it since, I think it would have been second or third year of college, I think. I got it, actually no, it would have been third year, because I started carrying it with me to college at third year, I believe. My desktop, at least. I used the laptop for the first few years of my education. And of course, I went to the lab sometimes when I needed to use stuff like Maya. But, yeah, no, it's like, it's important that you get parts that are, you definitely don't want to focus on, like, the aesthetic, in my opinion. Because my computer, it glows RGB, but it's like, it honestly is not a very flashy computer. It's a white case and just kind of, it's nice, but the main thing is that I want it to be a workhorse, so. Okay, I saved, right? Yes, I did. I'm gonna press this, because how does that work? Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim down hard in the back, and she fell right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Does it mean you pushed someone down like that once? It's mind-boggling tales the way it says brutal. I wonder if he's Canadian. Computer stuff is so difficult. Yes. Ha, save your nasty look for the right person, huh? Take a look. Poor baby. Core record seems to have wet itself. Hey, watch where you spill your coffee. Core record, huh? Yeah, the trouble is trying to make sure you understand what parts work together and which ones don't. Because some motherboards don't even work with every single part. I actually had the wrong motherboard for the graphics card I had at the time. And replacing a motherboard was actually easier than replacing my graphics card, frankly. Actually, even from the witness's photo, that would have been... That's a hard sell, so I'm gonna save again. And it's a really hard thing to do without, you know, experts and having somebody do it for you. Nope, that's not it. Blech. It's also kind of weird seeing Mia as young as she is, because we only see her years later. Victim shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed him in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. I'm gonna press more, but... In other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. Yeah, I'm hunting for a website that can help build it and whatnot. What she's on, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am. Our area was wet from rain. The bridge is probably wet too, which would explain why the scarf is covered in mud, but something about this testimony is still bothering me. Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo. So what do? You really still believe him, Mr. Crybaby, I mean? Of course I do. Huh. So the little kid believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then there must be something hidden in this testimony, a contradiction. One huge one waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. But, yeah, I actually went to a local computer repair shop to get my stuff fixed up when I needed it. It's actually where I still trust my computer if I need to get things fixed, either, you know, computer-wise or, you know, otherwise. I know at some point I need to open up my computer. I want to buy some more RAM so I can, you know, give my computer a bit more workspace. It'll make things a lot more, make it more efficient. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's hard to see what's going on. Shove the victim down from behind. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. I think I see it. Because I think the problem is that if she was shoved down on her belly, she would have had mud on the front of her. Alright, yep, I think I found it. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Generally soggy atmosphere. Oh yeah, there's the hair flick. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that's found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions of the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo in the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions of the day? Take this. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on that bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim had really fallen on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day, I fell into a muddy street. My gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. Befouled? What the? How are you this old and still talk like... You talk like an 18th century virgin, my guy. What is wrong with you? How do you talk like this? What is wrong with you, my man? My God. I do admit that the crime seems quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the League would be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha, real man wouldn't stand for a talk like this. Neither would a real woman. Diego, this is why you lose your eyesight later. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The evidence is the scarf. Ah, should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Hey, what is up with you guys being sexist as hell? Get out of here with that, Edgeworth. Novice bimbo. Be gone with your sexism. Trounce her with facts and logic, not such common insultery. Edgeworth, please. Edgeworth, come on, your Manfred is showing. Stop that. Stop that. No. Hey, same to you, buddy. Please don't repeat phrase Von Karma said. He's intimidated by girl. He's intimidated by the fact that he doesn't know women. Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ah. Doing well, pretty well for a little kid. Mr. Armando, no matter what he says, the contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk. Okay, well, I'm gonna save again just to be safe, but... It's like, dude, I understand that you're training under Von Karma, but you're also training alongside Franziska Von Karma. You do not have room to be sexist. She straight up will kill you. The witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim. Or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? False evidence, it's one of those three. So, what you said just now, I'm not sure I like it. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said that. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence for the flimsy scam it really is. Yes, false evidence in this case is... It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. Ha, it's not just the truth, it's the truth. If there was truly a decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that Boy Wonder would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. It's so funny seeing... Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. Ugh. You should brace yourself. For the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We're prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well, please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Oh god, here we go. Who is this witness? Do not be who I think it is. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. Please don't be who I think it is. Please don't be who I think it is. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Don't be who I think it is. Don't be who I think it is. Don't be who I think it is, please. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Oh, god damn it! Ah! Oh, it's you again. Oh, no. Everyone is so silent that I could hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh, god damn it. I knew it was her again. God damn it. They had to have met somewhere. I know. It was like the dread in my soul was like, please no. Not you again. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, when I look at you, how can I put it? She summons butterflies. They don't even fly properly. They just float. Look, a scrumptious is a double and a dozen donut. I'm breaking. What? Am I having a stroke? What is this? What does that mean? Judge, what do you mean? Please. Stop making me question the existence of a god. This statement makes me agnostic. What is this? I have never quite read something in context that made my brain go agnostic for a moment. Made me doubt the existence. Now new judge needs to stop. You need to be stopped, even with your... Feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict. I'll just have a oh my god, it's like the cringe. It's like it's dealing damage to my soul. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Judge, I take bite. God, I want to grab that judge by his beard and throw him. Sir. Yes, my dear. This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Phrasing, dude, come on. Come on, dude. I'm trying to get past this. Come on. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all trouble that I might cause. Hate. It's like, oh. Those are the eyes of a demon. This is a demon. We saw her earlier this game. We know she's a demon. She's a witch. No, not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is Melissa Foster. Isn't that the wrong name? It's the wrong name. A college student, a freshman in the literature department. No, wait. That's the wrong name, isn't it? Freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? That's the wrong name, isn't it? I don't know. My brain is like, wait, that's... And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? It is the wrong name. Oh my god, it's making me... You want a reminder? Yes, but it's because my brain caught that. It's like, your name's not Melissa. Your name's not Melissa. I know that. It's something else with an M. And I know that. How could you be so mean? Now, see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that? Dahlia Hawthorne. No, you're right. You're right. It is Dahlia. It is Dahlia. What the... Oh. Oh. I see what you mean now. I am understanding what I am seeing here. Hawthorne. I see how it is. Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this is taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be... I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are. Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? It's like realizing the pit you fell in had snakes in it the whole time, huh? More like I just realized that it's more like I realized that I sat down in a chair with a gun aimed at it. Like the moment I go to stand up, I get shot. And I have sat down in it. And I am now looking at the person who is the arbiter of my execution. Yes, Your Honor, I'll do my best. Oh my god. It's like the sudden dread I just realized that she didn't give her surname she didn't give her actual name because it would imply motive on her part and giving false testimony. Because of course that would bring false testimony. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's what I heard and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Right after that, I called the police. Yeah, by the way, where were you standing when this incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? Brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. Oh, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Please. See, this like... Perish. Small but powerful model. Alright then, Miss Fate, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. I see how it is. I have a question. Wait, I need to let me look at the map. Okay, so is that... Okay, I'm trying to figure out, is that a... No, that would have been that would have been raised. Okay, I see. I noticed there are two people standing up at the suspension bridge, so I started fighting. So when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Right after that, I called the police. There's a lot of issues with this, but the one that I'm focused on the most is I noticed there are two people standing on the suspension bridge. According to the map we have, there's no physical way she should have seen it if she was standing there, right? Just like Dahlia's presence and what it does to the writing even more than the person itself. Like, the person... See, here's the thing. The person, Dahlia herself is conniving. And that is, in itself, dangerous. I think that her being as conniving as she is dangerous. I do really dislike how everybody seems to fold. Alright, I'm gonna save now. I am with you on that one, Crooked. It's just like... This is the kind of trope that I'm actually really not comfy with, because I just... It chafes against me, not because the character is well written, it's because it's like, and I think Dahlia is interesting as it is, because I think Dahlia is like, she's trying to be the pure and precious one with, like, you know, Heart of Black, and that's fascinating, but I do not like that every single character gets weirdly creepy when she's on the screen. It's like, dude, please stop being creepy about this. Oh my lord. I'm gonna try presenting the badge. Nope, that's not it. Okay, go back. Guess I need to press some stuff. They just started fighting. I'll just press this. Was there anything strange about the two of them? I am a bad girl, I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom. No, not at all. Everyone is like that. I'll watch other people fight too. In fact, I can't get it. That's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them, especially dressed as they were. Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. They just started fighting. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? Eh? No. I have no idea. Why do you ask that? Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said. Oh my god. I would never eavesdrop. Got more class than that. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. I see. It's also the fact that Dahlia it's the fact that she almost warps it to the plot. She warps the plot around her rather than actually, you know, manipulating the scene. She just does. When I hurried, I took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Right after that, I called the police. I guess I'll just press here. You called the police. Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was trying to escape. We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation. Certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh? Cherry Falls isn't the criminal. Then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. The girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. You're going to have a tough time poking holes in that testimony. You have to come up with something really good, Mia. I feel like the problem I'm seeing in my head, the problem I'm foreseeing in my head is that I know that I'm going to fail. I think that's kind of the piece that's like hitting me different, is that I'm like, between the fact that Melissa is here, that, you know, Dahlia / Melissa, the fact that Dahlia is here and just absolutely warping the entire proceeding. Okay, I think it'd be... Well, that worked. Holy crap. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? Or... All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testify that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. If you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Yeah. Dull. Yes, she probably would have, wouldn't she? My apologies, young lady. Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. You can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry, I'm a very bad girl. I, used it all up, the film, I mean. Ran out of film, or this photo was the last one. What? Wait, it's a digital camera. How did it run out of film? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photographs were of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself. Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Dick pics don't count, brother. Please, no details. It seems Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well, then. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts about the fight that you witnessed. Yes. I think it's an early film camera. It actually would have been a late film camera. This guy's a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! Looks like the other kid in the room is the one getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. I'm also beginning to see why... Yeah, so using my camera to take some pictures of... This is a digital camera. Because there's no... This actually wouldn't be... This is a... Unless, like the kind that was used in the digital age to see this film, I mean, late. I see, so... That would imply that it would have been... Sort of like a Snapmatic, you know, the ones you'd get at CVS or something, for those in America, or instant film cameras. It would have been something like that, correct? But those weren't usually built with timers, but that's outside information. But this one does. This one has a timer, so that makes sense. I noticed there were two people standing up at the suspension bridge, started fighting. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. 10 yards. 10 yards? 10 yards. That would have put her well out of view, wouldn't she? I'm gonna save, but I think this is where the... Yeah, I kind of got that one. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say that there are two contradictions. It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have made it that far because Dusky Bridge just collapsed on that side. What kind of lie is that? What does this all mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady's been lying to the court. But yeah. Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints on it. So you're saying that even though the bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can be proved that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Oh my god. Alright, we're at time, by the way. Yes, we are. I don't know when you want to call it, but this is one trial day. You're near the halfway point currently. You can stop there when they call recess or later. Up to you. I think when they call recess, I'll have to... that'll be when I call time. I could go overtime for this one. This is way too good. I think we need to have a proper cliffhanger. Just stopping in the middle of the case seems a little bit... That seems a little dicey at best, I think. We'll go overtime, I think. We'll go a little over. That guy's good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. The diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward? Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it is that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's hard to go on. You're smiling through it. All on your side, Miss Foster. No need to worry, just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. I see. Yeah, we're gonna stop at the recess point because I think that'll be when we're good. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. He then carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure that the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Yes, you are. Yeah. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. He accepts his testimony as it is. We're finished. Don't say that. Oh well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Ah, that's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Faye, your cross-examination. Here we go. Yeah, I think we're gonna, when it's recess, we'll do it that way. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. Couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm gonna press this really quick. What do you... And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body? Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face, you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face. Well, they were far away and it was raining as well. I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw. Excellent, you're a remarkably honest young woman. Nothing about this testimony is bothering me but what? Hey, kitten, have you ever put salt in your coffee? No, why would I? Why not, huh? May actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is that if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. He's right, Mia. Go present something, you got nothing to lose. By the way, I wouldn't put my salt in my coffee. The two don't go well together after all. He says something about that in an earlier case, doesn't he? Quickly picked her up in his arms, and he carried her over to the car. Suppose that's the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Couldn't he? Diego's a character for sure. He's definitely fascinating. I do think he's very fascinating. Actually, I guess I'll just ask this. Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it? Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there. But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct? There is also a small temple and channeling dojo there. You know those monks, they just love cold, isolated places. I think the witness is trying to say the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. Oh god, I need to find the contradiction faster so I can actually move forward. Only way you could make sure the body stayed hidden. Carried over to the car. I'm gonna press something. I'm gonna try presenting some things to see if I can get what I need, but I'm gonna throw some things at it and see what we can get, but I think I'm kind of okay. So I need to figure this out. My brain is I also am recognizing that my oh god. Are you saying the victim didn't fall down on the bridge, or maybe she did fall? Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. No need to be so rude. Well, young lady. Of course she didn't fall down. Man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could. Ha, we're one step too slow. And then, what did the defendant do after that? Carried her over to the car. Suppose that was the only way to make sure the body stayed hidden. Oh god. Yeah, my brain's doing the thing. I'm trying to figure this out and my brain's like, crap. It's doing the thing. Okay, I need to figure this out quicker before my brain starts to give out. Couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Only way he could have made sure the body stayed hidden. Suppose that's the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. Actually, wait, he could have just thrown the body into the river. Why wouldn't he have done that? Yeah, he could have just... A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area, you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not well aware, it's well known. Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah, in the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you could bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order, order. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay. But I must admit, it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Oh, well, Mr. Edgeworth. How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would like to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Yeah, quite true. Miss Fay, it would seem your search is without merit after all. What the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. It's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who's he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. I see. I'm also beginning to see what this case is doing. It's showing Mia trying to chase down threads, and she's actually being rebuffed by the prosecution because they are prepared, and she can't make the arguments that she needs. Okay. He stabbed her in the back. He quickly picked her up in his arms. Oh, good heavens. Here we go. Oh, good heavens. I'm trying to figure this out, and now my brain's like, oh, God. I think this one's also a case of, okay, what am I looking for? So I'm looking for contradictions, but something about this testimony is bothering me. Okay, so say it's the same thing. Next item of interest begins with the killer broke into the trunk. I see. Nope, not that. I think I see what you're talking about. But now it's like, okay, I need to... Killer broke into the stolen car, hid the body there. I'd like to say it's... Right. No, not crime photo. Here it is. Yep, it's next line. Well, Miss Foster, looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car, hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and... It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from on that day is here. You see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah, that's right, Miss Foster. From where were you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, right? This is the location the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car. Edgeworth is just like, oh god, here we go. What is the meaning of all this? Ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only what she saw with her own eyes. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Judge, what is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Oh yeah, there's the Manfred von Karma. Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yeah, yes, indeed, quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive, divine. Yeah, and that's also why we are human and not God. If you want to understand, the humans are humans, gods are gods. Forgiving is closer to divinity, but sometimes you get closer to God by slapping someone with the truth. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? It's not fair. Ha! Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax, and then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. Kara broke into the trunk of the car and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness. He swift slap on the cheek. I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. Certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. It's true, there certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? Judge is on her side, I can't make any mistakes here. Oh, good lord. What should I say? Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Melissa Foster. Looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally got her. Been getting pretty tired of waiting over here. And perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... because the stolen car actually belonged to her. This is why she knew about the scratches. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, God. Frankly, Your Honor, after hearing a pathetic response like that, I have to question whether or not such a pathetic lawyer should even exist. Hear that, Miss Faye? I believe Mr. Edgeworth just called you Knucklehead. Isn't that overdoing things a little bit? We're gonna back up, because I'm gonna just... Doesn't work. Even so, you knew about the scratches. Scratches, when did you see these scratches? Wait, wait, this might be a trick. This might be a trick. Wait a minute. I'll chase each thread, but now I'm kind of worried. Oh, good lord. Maybe this is it. She had to be passing by the area where the car was parked. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, God. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, thank you, my good man. I appreciate getting insulted. Now I'm kind of wondering if even chasing this... Kind of curious if chasing this is a good idea. Very curious if this is... I'm just gonna shoot for all three. There's only one way the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There's no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. Oh my god, that's actually amazing. Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. We already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Oh god, finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. I see. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this might not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she brought the camera to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. No. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? Oh boy. I'm actually like stunned by how this is going, but I'm also like, how does this land into where it needs to be to place us in the present again? And answering that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? Over here. Naturally, the witness was right here, I think. Huh. In the spot where the defendant's car was. Yes, she had to put the body in the trunk before the defendant returned. You don't mind if I ask one teeny-weeny question, do you, Miss Faye? Uh-oh, he's got that condescending tone in his voice. If she put the body in the trunk at that time, are you suggesting that must mean that Valerie Hawthorne was already dead at that point, correct? Indeed. Please take a look at the top of Dusky Bridge. It is clear to me that the victim is still alive, am I mistaken? If Valerie Hawthorne was already dead, then who is this? The mountain is famous for spirits, so maybe you think it was the ghost of the victim? Well, it could have been a spirit, right? Miss Faye, now's the time to waste... Anyway. Still maintain the... Okay, so I have to maintain... Where's Melissa Foster when incident occurred? Oh god, this is gonna hurt, isn't it? Where could she have been? Like, part of me wants to say she's right here, because that just makes sense, but... just hit him with it. Right there. Witness was standing here. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Before pointing out where the witness was standing, Miss Faye should do something herself. She should figure out where she stands if you catch my drift. Your spirit medium, fooling the naive answer could have only been a spirit, is funny to me. Actually, you're right. Because it is true that she's like, yeah, it could have been a spirit. Like, I mean, I literally come from a family of spirit channelers, so that makes sense. Naturally, the witness is right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order! Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was already taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? Never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? Got it all right here. Piece of evidence that will blow this wide open. Here we go. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what the Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. Ah, it was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear the scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? And she's saying no again. Oh, she ran off. Oh, she passed out. Oh, that was neat. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the photo to snap a fake photo of them together. The question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Ah. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Till then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are to both wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Alrighty, court is in recess. Which means that we can end stream. Alrighty. So, Sunday should be the end of Sonic Heroes. And maybe a little bit of Sonic the Fighters. To do our housekeeping. Oh, crap. Okay, well, we'll sit here for a moment with this ding-dong. It's fine. So, we will be playing Sonic Heroes this Sunday. That'll be fun. And, of course, as we've been still playing Pokemon Stadium on Wednesdays, which is nice. So, all right, then. So, we'll call it for stream here, so... Whew. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who got to come by to get to stay to the end. Still love this game. Obviously, I went overtime just to keep playing. So, I'm hoping everyone is having fun, too. I'm trying to include, on the VODs when they go to YouTube, I'm trying to include a link to something I've done, you know, just to, you know, so people can have more access to stuff I've done. So, I'll probably choose something and throw it up in the description of the VOD when it goes up. But, yeah, thank you all for coming by. Thank you for all the support and stuff. I'm a little tired. I'm like, whew. I think this game really does take a fair bit out of my brain. It's not just, you know, pure action or, you know, it's not something that requires reflexes. It's like, it requires the cerebral parts of having to think through the chains of logic. So it can be a little bit more taxing, especially in comparison to games that just require reflex and instinct. Because some of that stuff you can just kind of let run on autopilot a little, and it lets me, and my hands can do the work, you know. But this is like, nope, you have to think, take every information in, think it through. It's a very different piece, you know. But this is good. So now, whenever I see you guys, goodbye for now, and thank you.